And hello to everyone out there today. It is I, Yomi. Hello, everyone. So good to see you today, and I hope you're all having a wonderful time. I have been feeling pretty... Well, I'm feeling a lot better than I have been this last few weeks. It's why it's a little annoying that, like, physically I feel a little off, but it's like... It's a silly thing to feel off about, so meh. I'm hoping that maybe doing some good streaming will make me feel a lot better. But, I guess we'll see. Oh. Sorry. Don't mind me, I've just been flirting. Okay. With a boy? I mean, I've been flirting with a cutie. Also been finding a lot of really lovely people that want to get really fat and just making me have the ability to want to push their buttons more and be like, yes, you should be bigger. Oh, so before I get started, there is a new little program that I found that I actually want to see if I could try to integrate into actually my streams. I'm going to actually have to create a little widget that actually will explain the commands for it. So that's going to have to be something I have to do, like, not last minute. But I want to show you, I want to show you what the game is. And it's going to be loud and obnoxious at first. Because, hold on. I have to turn that on. Ugh. Oh, right. I need to switch you to over here. So hi, Cola. Actually, I could probably change some of the sounds on this a little bit. Be a little bit less loud. But yeah, this is a cute little just like relaxation game that you can play. It actually will minimize on the desktop. Right now I have it set to Pomodoro mode, which will remind me in this much time to take a break and to just make burgers. To make a lot of burgers. It's just a cute little just game that you can use to focus on other tasks for a bit if you've been working all day. Which, to be honest, I kind of have a lot of that problem of just getting way too stuck with work. But it's nice to be reminded to take a break. Also really want to... There's also a cat that I want to get. I would also like... I feel like Nova might like this. It's just like a cute little game to get them like off of... to get their mind off of stuff. Only because there's just literally one little sentence in which he'll just be like, burger, with one of his little like sound commands, and it just makes me think of him all the time. Sorry, I'm just restocking. There we go. I think I'll probably literally will do like... Because I could probably actually do this to remind me to take a break, and then go back down to Fanique mode, which is literally just a constant stream. As you can also see, there's a live stream option. I could actually get people who watch my streams to order burgers. I need to set that up. I need to actually have the ability for you to like know where to go to look up commands and be like, hey, you want to do this? You want to order a hamburger? Like, go here to learn what commands you need to do in order to, like, make burger. And that would be, you know, and I would like to see this. I'll take 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, stop it. But yeah, like, I don't know, I really like the idea of this game. And getting more into it and playing it on stream. We're nearly... Oh wait, no, you have plenty. I was about to be like, are you like nearly empty? It's like, no, they're fine. And then when I'm done, I just hit tab and then it just goes, and then just goes away for a minute. And if then I want to go back to it, I tab into it again. I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit of a gremlin with that one. Okay. So I'm done with that for now. So I'm definitely going to focus on playing the Ace Attorney investigations because we're on chapter 5. I'm really excited. I want to see how this goes. I can actually play for longer today too. Hold on. Because I don't actually have work tomorrow because of various holidays that are apparently tomorrow. Which I am like, cool, various holidays that I can take full advantage of. Yeah. So I'll probably try to see if I can actually finish chapter 5 by no later than Friday if I can help it. But yeah, I'm gonna take a little bit of breaks from this to play my little burger game too. The burger game will be more of my time to just like take a minute to like step away from this to do something else. Yeah. Alright, we need to continue. Turnabout ablaze! Let's get started. Admittedly, I also kind of want to do the burger thing during my ad breaks, too. 2 cards. 1 of the Black Raven. And 1 of the White Raven. A country torn in 2. 1 to the west. And 1 to the east. When those which were split are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself. It's Yatakarasu! You, accursed Yatsukarasu! K, you! "8 hours earlier." Look at this. Part of me is just like, look at this peak homosexual right here. It's so nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Legs crossed, in his most fanciest little outfits, drinking tea very politely. Hold on. No, he's not. He doesn't have his pinky yet, so he's not doing it for polite high society, but still. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewater Land theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. Mr. Edgeworth! This is big, big, I tell you! Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind. What are you talking about? Fragile dreams? Come on, let's go! The fake Yatagarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know. Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say what? Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay. What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep-talking to me right now? Anyway, I got something much more important that I want you to see. Oh, and that is... Take a look at this! On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this. The date the card mentions is today! Today, huh? Come on, we gotta hurry! The embassy awaits! I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating? Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. But never mind that, where's all of your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today? I'm not, Kay, you're just too wound up. Well then you should get too wound up too! Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman. You mean Miss Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father, Byrne Faraday, 7 years ago. Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great thief Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom. She makes me so mad, the phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card. Until a company's underhanded dealings are made public, the target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome! The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article looks to me as though it could be genuine. See? That's the thing! Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that the woman's involved, then nothing is. If this isn't a clue that that woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door you go! Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No, no reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of a special nature to me, I agree there is some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around. Wait, what if she's the one that pointed the gun? Because I feel like Miss Yu would have just shot Edward, but she wouldn't. Therinian Neutralis. By the light of this night's glorious moon, we are ready! Ready to embark on our nightly outing! And this is where our tale begins! What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy? Yeah, the climax is really awesome! Steel Samurai Sushi Slash? I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have two countries sharing the same building. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the two countries. So, let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries? The one that's called the Kingdom of... The one that's called the Kingdom of Alabast? Alabast, right? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. Hold on. Don't mind me. I'll bust your redact. But you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja. The Republic of Bubble. Babal? The Republic of Babal is sponsoring a Jammin' Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me! You've totally got to see that one too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling. So hi, Blaze! That what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. So anyway, about today's event, what's it called again? The Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Bablal Goodwill Jubilee. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature. And it was called the Principality of Codopia. Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remains. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. Codopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases related to the Principality of Codopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the Yatakarasu still sit a calling card here. What could it all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something. Oh, excuse me, what were you talking about again? If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we were talking about the Alabast versus Bubble Goodwill Jubilee. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other. But supposedly, they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why the verses? Also, both countries claim to own the real Primadou statue, a national treasure to both. Bubble Bust, stop it. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Okay, need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires? Well, when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself, you know that. Ugh. She had better be saying that in jest. Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you! I know. And although we don't know if the Atagasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. Aww. Okay, don't mind me. Don't mind me! I'm just being a silly... What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I'm not talking to you. Hi, news lady. And we're here reporting live from the Theatrum Neutralis. As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say. Well, okay, that was good. Let's do one more run-through. Excuse me, but when you're ready to film for real, would you mind giving me a call? I sense that she didn't hear a single word I just said. Okay, that's good. Alright, now give me a dramatic slam right there. Stop! Hey, do you mind? Get out of the way, buddy! Okay, once more in 3, 2, 1, action! Okay, was that my fault just now? Well, he's obviously working. I guess we should leave him alone. Standing together. It's fine. Happy would definitely be one of those witness testimonies that I'd have to get really annoyed with. This is the perfect angle. Go, my image, travel across the wave world and enter every TV set around the globe. A more honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better. The pamphlets about the two embassies here on this table. It still looks weird to me. The country is split into two a few years back, and they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. Oh, I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones, huh? I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. What is all the hubbub? Hey, look! It's the Steel Samurai! He's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him! You know, I've seen a lot of these shows and a bunch of them, but today's show was like they went for a complete comedy, you know what I mean? Yeah, in the last movie, the Steel Samurai, I could help but laugh. I know, right? And the Pink Princess movements were really... In the middle of the show, I could swear that I heard her hip crack. Oh, I know. I totally thought that the Pink Princess is a bad hip. Seriously? Just what we're thinking. I suppose there is no graceful way to enter this conversation. 10 more minutes. No, and 5 more minutes. But isn't it really bad for me to spend time doing this? It's no use. Would someone please just tell me what I should do? You appear to be troubled by something. May I be of assistance? Leave me alone! trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. And if I mess it up, it'll be because I'm talking to you right now. Somehow I get the feeling he's about to fall flat in his face. Well, let's just do as he wishes and leave him be. Is there something I can help you with? I was wondering what is beyond these doors. It's the Alabastian Embassy. Now, unless you have some business with the embassy. I suppose I can't really claim to have any business with the embassy right now. Well, you don't have to be so rude about it, Mr. Guard. Fascinating. Moving on. It appears that the child is watching a video from the first season of Steel Samurai. Go! Go! Keep on fighting until your last breath! Go, my hero, the Steel Samurai! Completely absorbed in singing the theme song, I see. I'll let the child watch in peace. What are you doing here? Why does this universe keep replaying? We're in Tarnation, are they? Come on, Big Scoop! Hey, mister, out of the way! Yeah, I'm talking to you. Ugh. I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me not to engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone. Alright, fine. Can I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for? Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. To Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai. Steel Samurai Daddy. Worried man of Neo Tokyo. What? It looks like he's written something down for you. I'm like, what is he writing? To Edgeworth from Steel Samurai, Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. Oh, married man. Okay. An autograph! Pretty cool that you got. I thought he was like hitting on him for a second. I'm like, wait, what? What are we doing? What's happening? Huh. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba's waiting for you. Now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the kingdom of Alabast to shake the hands of the ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here for the two countries tonight, but rather it can be thought as of a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. He really does seem like a good-willed ambassador, doesn't he? Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera! In just a few seconds, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Bobble. He is set to meet with the Ambassador of Bobble at that time. The Jammin' Ninja show's about to start! We gotta get back to our seats! Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. But this show will change your mind! Come on, we have to hurry! If we miss even a second with the Jammin' Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you! I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay? I could listen to that A Ninja Marked for Death's Lullaby song all day! Superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice. Now that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Edgeworth has opinions. Those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise over there, I have to have them! I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Misala wears in her hair. Anyway, hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank. No way, I just know the Yatagarasu will show. But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards. Well, yeah, I did, but I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase. But that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card. I'm sorry. It's a genuine fake! A genuine... Okay, thank you, Edgeworth. Thank you for pointing this out for me. Well, how can I word this? The Yatagarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? We've got a problem! The Yatagarasu has been spotted in Alabast! What? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! So you finally decided to show yourself, you phony! Hey, what gives? I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter. What the? Hey! It's still the same way I just walked straight on through without one. Now, if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony is going to escape! Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country... Mr. Edgeworth! I'm going to enter through a bubble and climb over the wall into Alabast!
Hold it!
You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another... Okay, are you listening to me? Kay Faraday, I'm coming through! Yes, and welcome. Someone stop her! Anyone! Ah. Okay, where are you? Tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Fire! This is too big for us to handle! Looks like the Yatagarasu came to bubble too! You accursed Yatagarasu! Kay! You'd better be alright wherever you are! I told you it wasn't me!
Hold it!
Kay, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Now can you do something about this woman? Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this. It wasn't me! He was already dead when I ran in here! Hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu! Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage! A suspicious person? A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious! When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu! So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that person's the one who did it! Why are you so worked up over? Why are you so worked up over? So, what are you so worked up over? There is no reason for you to be this style. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Sheena, I believe your name is correct. And if you're making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer. She took off the glasses. I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. Hey, pal! Just what the heck does that... Just what the heck does what you just said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction, the end! And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter. Which I kinda hate and kinda don't. It's... Huh? Ah, excuse me. This office is considered to be part of the Republic of Babul. Which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babulese government and Babulese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there? This reminds me, I really should watch more X-Files, but that's just me. Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place. Which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir! Please leave this matter to Interpol's hands and go home. Mr. Edgeworth! Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth! In that case, allow me to enjoy your investigation. Miss Von Karma! Ambassador Palanio, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. It's nothing, really. Manny was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Francisca. Well, I never imagined that I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct.
Hold it!
Already? What is it? Ambassador Palanino. And you are? I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Assistant? Miles, what the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Palanino. Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? If I don't become Francisca's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running at the mouth with the aloof expression on your face. Francisca, please. I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. Just remember what my whip is. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you, should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. If you are done playing games. Right, let's begin the investigation. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Babulese Bubbly's embassy today. And why are our police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the car they got from the Atagarsu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Atagarsu these past 7 years. It was more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to completely perform your guard duty yet again. Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands. But sir, if it gets cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore. Why are we constantly threatening him? So our victim was the secretary of this embassy, I take it. Manny Cochin. I heard that he was an admirable person. Very admirable. The cause of death is a stab in the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. And if the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? The body wasn't badly burnt by the fire. Yeah, let's start with the obvious glaring one that's just literally right. There appears to be something in his pocket. This key. It can't be. Isn't that the Atagarsu key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's... Huh. Oh! You mean that case where I was framed, sir? Yes. It's the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto U. What? Mr. Faraday was killed with this key, sir! I thought he was killed with a knife! Scruffy! At the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you were a suspect in! Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy of such knowledge. I feel like the victim right now. All trampled on, sir. I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... Whoa, whoa, that's amazing, sir! That's some kind of magic trick! The Atagarsu stole this from this embassy 7 years ago. It is also a knife. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like 2 interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. Fine, sir. It looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those 6-sided stars, just like the police mark. Just like the police mark on our IDs. Really don't think you can call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Bubbly's Embassy Secretariat holding this? Well, we don't know how Mr. Cochin came to possess this key. We do know that this was stolen by the Atagarsu from the Kodopian embassy. That's right. Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia. Oh, why don't you ask Ambassador Polino about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Kodopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. Well, that was fun. Let's look at the knife. Is this knife the murder weapon? Sorry, is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose this means that we now know that the crime was committed with this knife. This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? This thing practically screams artsy at me, too. Although, it also is covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy. The handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. Covered in the victim, the blade matches the wound. Butterfly motif is noteworthy. So much crap everywhere. Well, I guess we could just look at the victim. It's a knife wound. It's obvious what was it was obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. This man, where do I know him from? Yes, yeah. Nothing else unusual. Okay. So I guess we looked at everything here. Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something on this display rack, sir. Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remain of them, unfortunately. I guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire. So even the knives fell victims of fire. Professor Polino, are these knives yours? Yes, they are. They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of a bubble. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alabast's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the bubblies ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. Professor Polino, what is this notch here for? Oh, that! It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles of them. So you can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see. So these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. A small personal safe. This was Mr. Kochin's office. So perhaps he stored his most important documents in here? Ah, of course, it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. Whoop! Sorry. The ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. A ceiling fan? What does one of those do? Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that is installed on one ceiling. Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept. Detective Gumshoe, in the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask... Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat.
Hold it!
But there is a possibility that it's related to the murder, wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can't force them to let us investigate later when we have some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the Premado statue Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. National treasure only a Batman can touch. Why is this clock in, like, pristine shape? It looks like this was once a magnificent grandfather clock that has fallen victim to the fire. Miss Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir? If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing, but... Well, there's this one clock that I made, and that's quite enough, detective. I can't believe that man even among the thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Paulino, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police, that and only that. I ask you to cooperate, not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating! Yeah, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept a bribe. No, these are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babal. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babal. Now remember, the Republic of Babal is known for its feverish tourism industry. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Cochin. He was my secretary, and the embassy secretariat, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death was a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything, accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. Sorry, but did you say printing? The country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. Please excuse my forwardness. However, I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh, yes. Since you're of the legal profession, I suppose you might just have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in that case? It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee this embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him. Don't mind me. Let's see, let's talk about renovations. What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is now no longer with us. Ambassador Paulino, I was wondering if I may ask you about Cordopia. Cordopia? All right. What would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy, is that correct? Upon close inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. that's not all about this key. It's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh, how fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In its knife form, there's a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of the Codopia.
Hold it!
And how did you come to that conclusion? It has both the Codopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose the man who used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Codopia. Ambassador Paulino, this key was stolen from the Codopian embassy 7 years ago. By Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Oh, really? You were not aware Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at that time. I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babul became its own independent nation. But if Manny was still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Kochin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarazu's key here in the present. We know for a fact that the Yatagarasu key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Kochin's pocket, which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office. Good thinking, sir. Let's give it a try. It appears I was correct. I was indeed. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside! Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir? Ooh, I'm curious. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna do this real fast. So, hold on, I need to do burger. Burger. We have a panda customer. Also, we're in ad break. Ad break ends in like a few minutes. I need to pay attention more to ad breaks. I get so caught up in what I'm doing, it's just like, haha! Oh, they want a soda, so never mind, I don't want that. He wants a veggie burger with tomatoes. And onion. And they want a soda. It was so good I couldn't stop eating. Yay! Ooh. With a grill like this, you'll be able to cook many more things at once. Your pan was already on its last legs. Ooh! Nice! Ooh, interesting. Okay, I'll try to be better about... Ugh. I know what I want to do. Wait, no. Sorry, I'll talk to you in a minute. It's like, I'll talk to you in a minute, my little friend. I have to get back to what I was doing. Okay. I don't know, I'm gonna see if I can try to do that actually during an ad breaks. So I can actually, like, not have people miss things while we're on ads. I'll see if I could be better about that. No, Detective, I believe all we need is a closer look. Yeah, I mean, look at that. What is this here? Looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe. Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch, not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before.
Hold it!
Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that it has a crack here. It's completely empty. It has 2 compartments. Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck in the back of the safe, I'd say that there is an extra bit of space behind the back wall of this safe. In other words, this safe has a second compartment. What? I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct and there is a second compartment, how do we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there is no other lock or keyhole in sight. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on the safe. Oh? Yes, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mysterious second lock. The safe and its locks. Alright, then, since you're so sure of yourself, how about you show me you deduced your answers? I'm pretty sure I know which one it is. I think it's this. Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francisca? The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more.
Hold it!
Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Koshin, made sure that the safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out? You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of the safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove it to you right now that the Yatagarasu key is the key that will open it.
Objection!
The Yatagarasu key? As Edgewood, this had better be a very bad joke. Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yatagarasu key is the very key that will open the second compartment on this side. We will know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe. But the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. Well, yes. Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatagarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Cochrane's safe in the Kodopian Embassy. We confirmed that by effect of opening the door to his safe with it. Now let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see? What are you talking about? It appears that you've come to the understanding what I'm talking about. When viewed head on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous! Also, hi, Pixel. Because it looks like a knife, and it was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago, we fell under the misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. Pixel? Don't make me kiss you back. Oh my. Then it's even possible that what I have been searching for is inside? Scruffy, hurry up and open that safe! Yes, sir! Opening it now, sir! These items, it's a bunch of funny shaped things. I guess you're in the way. Now move, Scruffy! I didn't think I was in the way. These pieces of art, they're identical to ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. Let's look at the papers. This is the document that we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about. Ah! Sorry, I'm trying to, reposition myself. Beats me, sir! I can't read Chinese. Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, Detective? Mr. Kochin's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. These are pieces of stolen art from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands! Hi, do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break? Is it just me, or did she just hit one of the pieces of art just now? Oops. But this sort of trick into one safe is really something. Yeah, it's neat how the safe has 2 compartments, but what's really impressive is that the other end of the key was another key. I totally hadn't noticed. I wonder if Mr. Kochin was just paranoid, if he had secrets of a great value. Speaking of paranoia, I once sharpened both ends of my pencil. But then when I went to erase something, I got all paranoid that I was gonna stab myself. Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while on duty. Yes, sir. I guess there's nothing else here. At least I don't see anything else here. It appears that we found the key that the Yatagarasu, no, Monsieur, stole 7 years ago. Since it was originally from this embassy, maybe she came back to return it? I don't think she's the type to be so kind to do such a thing, Detective. Okay then, what do you think, sir? Callisto Yu, for what reason did she steal the key? Edgeworth, what is it? Let me tell you something, you are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? don't think that will really be necessary, Francisco. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you're still under me. I thought Francisca was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here at the embassy? I was investigating at the Alabastian embassy when I got wind of this mess. Ah, that's right. The Yatagarasu was due to appear at the embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we hadn't had a fire over there. Although there was an incident at the Alabastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Bubbly's embassy. Ah, so Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastian embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu? They mentioned the knives with detachable handles. Doesn't the murder weapon match the blade shape of the wall? Yes, it does! It hasn't become relevant yet in anything that we have thus far. I think it'll be more relevant when it's the fact that the knife blade could be literally from this side or the other side. K would never harm a soul, sir! K? You remember, do you not, about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl's the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. He has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here. Looking for the ones who took her father's life. I see. He's trying so hard, but you know what? Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all! How so? Yatagarasu sent a card saying I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret! All we've had is an arson and a murder! The lab boys are going in circles! You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract, and it's going on the rap sheet! If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder though, if Callisto Yu really is the Yatagarasu. Hold on. At least we're now starting to get more pieces of stuff. What do you think of this piece of it? However, you never been. Would you mind not pointing that in my direction? It's dangerous. But in any way, why are you showing it to me? I have no particular reason. If you have no reason, don't you bring that dangerous object near me, do you understand? Is she really that oblivious to the irony in that statement? She lets loose that dangerous whip of hers for no reason all the time. Would you mind not pointing that light? Oh. 2 knives, in which she has the same reaction. It appears that he died of a stab wound. Whoever did this had a lot of nerve. Just can't fathom what could have led to the killer to turn a knife against a man. I just can't fathom what a prosecutor lashing out with a whip is thinking. No, he seems to show being done, but she's not. Although I think Gumshoe I think Gumshoe put it together for me. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the Yatagarasu was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret? Francisca, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Bubbly's embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation? I think I just might need to ask Francesca about her smuggling case in more depth. Aha! We have learned something. Francisca, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that. Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. This accounting document. It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Cordovia. Which means that somewhere in the countries of Albust and Bubble is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. That's Francisca for you. She's amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. Aha! Now we can deduce. Eureka! Take a good look at these documents, Francisca. It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Correct. Now look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? Well, it certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for. Yes, and with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Cochin himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Bubbly's ink. Bubbly's ink? Bubbly's ink is a special product of the Republic of Bubble. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported.
Hold it!
And that reason is... it's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochin. His base was in the embassy, thus it was hard for both country and his to interfere. It was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. That's so frustrating. I lost the person I was to rain judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Well, even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds. You expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested. Francisca, you must know that Manny Cochin was the suspect in the KG-8 incident. Of course I know. On top of being the head of the smuggling ring, there's the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. Also, hi Nam, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well, sweetie. We have finally introduced it. Wait, what am I doing now? Okay, are you alright? You believe me, don't you, Miss Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right? Yes, of course I don't, and I promise to prove that it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can. No, I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true. If you're that confident. I can't allow this to continue on this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. Hey, it's another butterfly! I believe it's the symbol of the Republic of Wobble. Drawing this big on the wall of an embassy, it definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. Well, I got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, detective, however, I've yet to see the fruits of your desires. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. A butterfly-shaped guard adorns. Okay. Do we need to make a connection with both of these? The design of the knife's handle. It greatly resembles the special bubbly species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says right here, this knife is property of the Republic of Bubble. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room. Really? That was the... Okay. Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl is the only one it could be. Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu Kay Faraday. You are under arrest for the murder of Manny Cochin. Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! I chased the fake Yakatarasu in here, and he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Hold it!
I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? On a good day... Stop it. Don't be mean to Gumshoe. Gumshoe is just a bit of a himbo. I believe I told you that Kay Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. Why arrest Kay? Even your police confirmed that Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babalese embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she is the Yatagarasu. Exactly, but it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu. Look how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake one. Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu. Very well, then I shall prove that Kay is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of. The rebuttal!
Hold it!
They may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitting that the Yatagarasu had committed murder eluded us. Of course, I chased after Yatagarasu that entered the Babalese embassy right away. And that is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there was only this girl. In any case, this is what I believe happened tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy.
Hold it!
The confusion caused by the fire? Are you saying that the Yatagarasu was not the arsonist who started the fire? A suspicious person in a long coat was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen that person start the fire. Sounds like we have a phantom in our midst. Yeah. In a way, he could be considered a phantom, with the way he randomly appears. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu.
Hold it!
Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she is a killer. No, but it does give her a motive. The Yatagarasu sent a calling card saying, "I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret." Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Kochin for the key. I see. The logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I needed. Wasn't the key... Well, yeah, she wouldn't have stolen it from him because it was already stolen 7 years ago.
Objection!
Agent Sheena, I regret to inform you, but there is a flaw in your logic. Oh? Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Kochin's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all. Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Kochin had the key on him.
Objection!
If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can't think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Need? Reason? All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. Sound about right. I think she needs to go back to whatever Persona game she was ripped from. Stop it. You're being so rude and me. I'm joking. Blaze, I'm gonna squish your face though, nonetheless. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's second compartment before returning the key. The fact still remains that Mr. Kochin was stabbed to death.
Objection!
But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes. What? Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set, which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony, it all points to the girl. There is no counter-argument. That is your definitive evidence? You see now that she is definitely the killer, right? Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta believe me. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy, I swear. And you came in here because you were chasing the suspicious person. That's right. I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? This is... I came to this room upon hearing the girl scream. And when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. So the object Kay felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon. I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me... You continue to insist that there was such a person. But if there was, where did they go? That I don't know, but I know they came in here. That sounds like the desperate excuse of the suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. She has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, I really didn't. Kay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can and I will. The rebuttal. Interesting. What are we wanting to solve? Well, we're just gonna have to keep pressing until we get something.
Hold it!
Does this mean that you already have the results back? We have confirmed that the shape of the Bobbly's knife blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficacy of Interpol's forensics team with your own.
Objection!
I won't, if you don't underestimate our police force. And so we're clear, I'd hardly say your logic is sound, which you will see in a bit. If you can prove me wrong, please by all means go ahead. That has been my intention all along. Now let us return to your testimony. Knife with a butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding.
Hold it!
You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon with your own eyes? I was also on the search for the Atagarasu. When I heard the girl scream coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw the girl standing there, motionless, with a knife in her hand. I already told you, I came in here because I was also after the Atagarasu. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the light and then... I found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet. How many times do I have to tell you? You can't trust the words of a suspect. The only thing you'll accept is evidence, is it? That's the only acceptable way to counter an agent of Interpol on the scene of a crime. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have some kind of evidence to prove me innocent? I think I do, because there is one piece of evidence I found be a bit interesting. Carefully examine that piece of evidence. I think I need to carefully examine that piece of evidence again. There's a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. It would appear that the handle of this knife is removable. I guess so, people can change them from whatever they feel like. It sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, detective. So this is what took Mr. Cochin's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade. Wow, I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my day. But knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear. Yes, unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it. Yeah, Yeah, just like how this one is practically drenched in it, huh, sir? Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. What am I missing? That we were able to corner Monsieur. Who would have thought that I had seen this key again after all this time? It's not far-fetched to think that this end of the key was meant to be a butterfly. The keymaker must have been a true patriot to fashion this after the national symbol. It looks like it says worried, not married. Well, whatever. I assume she had tamed the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim.
Hold it!
It's a possibility, but I'd have to look at it more. I ask that you please refrain from speculation. It's a sound hypothesis derived from the evidence. There's no room for debate. As Edgeworth, know that an ungraceful loss will not be tolerated by subordinates. Now rebut her hypothesis with factual logic. Otherwise, what was your investigation for? Yes, you are correct, thank you. Helping a subordinate out with an advice is the job of any good superior. She seemed to be rather enjoying herself, but she is correct nonetheless. Agent Sheena, please continue with your testimony. Do we have a picture of the knife rack? No, we have nothing. The only thing we could really look at would be this knife. Basically what we do know is that even though the blade itself is drenched in blood, the handle is pristine. And we have no way of really looking at it differently. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used the victim. It's consistent with that. Knife the body was holding. I assume she obtained. The knife with a butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. Part of a special which was designed like no other.
Hold it!
About the 3-piece set, is there really no other like it? Let's ask Ambassador Paulino for more details, shall we? The knives are indeed special. They have the butterfly and the symbol of the Republic of Bubble engraved on them. And because there's only 3 of them in the world, they're very, very valuable. Also, hi, Mitsuru. The national symbol, huh? Well, the knives are covered in the butterfly design. Along with the Alabastian set, our respective countries only have 3 knives each. Our respective countries only have 3 knives each. I see. Are you satisfied now? If so, let's continue. Well, I guess the contradiction here would have to be, why would she grab a random knife if she already had a knife?
Objection!
No. Let's go back to that one thing which he was talking about. It's a cute boofer. You're cute.
Hold it!
You mean that you say you saw it with a moment of your own eyes, and I arrived, and I told you. There was a suspicious person in this room, it was pitch black. You found out that was a weapon on your feet. How many times did we catch one? We have a way to counter Agent. Mr. Edward, do you have some kind of evidence that can prove me innocent? But there's one... I think I do, because there is one piece of evidence I find to be a bit interesting. I think I need to carefully examine that piece of evidence again. Knife with a butterfly handle, which the killer was holding. He was originally made to open the safe. Probably in his secretary's office, and whilst the blade looks like a simple knife at first glance, head on, it's actually the same shape as the second keyhole in the safe. This key was stolen by 7 years ago from the Cadopian embassy, which suggests that it was made by the Cadopians still exist as a country. Yes. The butterfly motif. What am I missing? Something about looking at one piece of evidence carefully. Stab was the base of the neck. Been used to harm the victim. The knife is part of favorite wishes. I haven't pressed on this one, so why don't we? No, I believe there is still room for debate, and I'll thank you to not decide that for me. I didn't decide anything for you. I'm merely looking at the reality the way it is.
Objection!
Are you sure you're not just viewing the facts through rose-colored glasses? Mr. Edgeworth, I think she's mad at you. Perhaps, but all definitions of reality are a tad different. Are the two of you done chatting? Agent Sheena's proof is the Bubbly's knife that Kay was allegedly holding. Yeah, so how are you going to prove that Kay didn't do it, sir? Wants to suspect Kay merely because Kay was the only one here, but I must show with evidence that Kay couldn't have committed the murder. You have such evidence, sir? Yes, there's one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural to me, and I believe it is my duty to point that out to Agent Sheena. What am I needing to do? I don't get it. It's consistent with the blade, the knife, the blade. It's consistent with that. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. The display rack and used on the victim. Why is the statue standing if she was... But there's really nothing that we're talking about dealing with the statue, though, or her bumbling around. What we need to think about is the murder weapon, the knife. Which has a design like no other. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used on the victim. Is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. It's consistent with the blade of the knife. Why isn't the blade burnt off like the others? Well, the body is also not burnt either, so the fire never reached the body. Which we aren't talking about that yet either. Which has a design like no other. I'm gonna have to just start throwing it out there. I feel like the problem is which the killer was holding.
Objection!
Okay. So the murder weapon was the knife with a butterfly design on it. Okay. There's something wrong with the knife itself. But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. There's blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handled switch and was in fact not the real murder weapon. It wasn't the real murder weapon? This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? As you can see, the Bubbly's knife has now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Kochin was killed with a butterfly-themed knife. This should clear up any and all suspicion surrounding Kay. Swapped with the real murder weapon's handle, its blade has yet to be found. Our argument isn't airtight yet. Oh, so... it's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles.
Hold it!
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing? I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like mine. Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem.
Objection!
The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Kochin's killer. Ah. What is this mark on here? It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means. No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this. Ah. Oh! Look at this pamphlet! You can't be serious. It appears that you've made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right. The Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knives. Ah! This part of the knife handle has Bubble's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is undeniably Bubbly's in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Sheena? After the fire had broken out? That's right. Kay entered the Bubbly's embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastian side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire. Which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastian object over here. This makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. Ow. Woo! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! What a great victory! Hey, why is everyone so quiet? I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife here? Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Bubble? It didn't just find its way over, rather we should focus on how it was smuggled over. You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we're just standing here. Thinking while you're on the run, now that's the way a real great thief operates. Okay. Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth, for proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did. Not really, but... Come on, you don't have to be shy about it. Your argument is still not airtight. Would you care to elaborate? I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yatagarasu. That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Objection!
Preposterous! What grounds do you suspect her of such a thing? The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in and of itself is the most elegant proof. Miss Sheena. Yes? I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Sheena. Let me share something with you too, as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do not go for you. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? Well, I guess we better get going. Going? To where? The Kingdom of Alabast. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Alabastian knife came from. pay the Alabastian Embassy to visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing this investigation to a halt. Understood. We have done it! Oh, we're also in the middle of an ad break. Perfect timing, actually. We can do burger. Panda. We'll take a little bit of a break just doing cute things like this. What does Panda want? Panda wants onions. And a sensibly cooked burger. Do you want anything else? No, you're fine. Onions. I actually had to learn a lot about this is bad cheese. This is good cheese. Let's see, lettuce and tomatoes. Lettuce. Tomato. We'll do this for as long as we have basically an ad break. Now defeat the panda. Burger. Burger. Everything was perfect. It's another bear! I love bears. Just lettuce and burger. Honestly, I can't wait to actually get this Twitch integration up and going. So then you guys can actually start ordering burgers, and then I have to take your orders. I have to make sure that I just have the commands ready for you guys so that it's very easy for you to look up how to actually place an order. Just as I ordered it. Yay! Let's see. Ooh, they want that and the grilled onion. And we can do both at the same time. Anything else? No, not really. Okay. It certainly takes a lot longer than I thought it would. Okay. Cool. Let's get some more bread before we decide to switch over. Maybe some more onions. Let's do a quick restocking of all of our stuff. Ooh. Except for the meat. The meat's fine. We don't need to worry about that. And we can put that back down. Now we're at the Theaterum Neutralis lobby. Whoop! Sorry, I forgot to put the game mode back on. Code off! 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1! 1, 1! Shifu, 99 call-outs! So all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir! Hey, you! Yeah, you, the second number 1 from my right. Yes, sir? Here, a birthday present for you. Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have, Shifu! You are more of a man than we'll ever be, sir! I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Like Z says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you, it's for your younger brother's wife, younger brother. Wait, younger brother's wife's younger brother. So it would be his stepbrother? On his wife's? Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir! Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us! Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying! I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over, everyone. Head for your posts. Dismissed! Sir! Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena and she's already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian embassy. And what if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he has to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Alabast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, only half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, and we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions! Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over at Alabast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Not really. Just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country? I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It's all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, it's nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling, Kukius! Curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country! What are you? thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. It is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see? No way! Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them into Alabast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Bubbly's embassy. And he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings, completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Bubble someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in! Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Bobble murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Bobble. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir! Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Yeah. Yeah. I love how significantly slower he is. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? So, I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? That's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Francesca von Karma, the processectual prodigy. It's nice to see you again. I know, I totally butchered this one. I knew it! You're the whip lady! You may address me as Miss von Karma. Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabast in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarsu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Francesca a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. Ah, I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Polino for all that he has done for me. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Excuse me. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There's no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled items I was following. You mean the Bubbly's ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Bubbly's ink to begin with? It's classified Interpol info—
Hold it!
Francisca, as your subordinate, I am part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Zhengfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes, as you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Bobble's special Bubbly's ink. Also known as Bink. It is virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Bubbly's ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Bobble. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. But Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amounts of Bubbly's ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess. You still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Bubbly's embassy, we're looking into the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Name of Bubbly's ink. They are in circulation in Zhang Fa. It's hard to tell their fate. Whoop! Sorry. Wrong things. What am I doing? Hello? Thank you. Ambassador Polino, I am in your debt. Oh no, it's nothing. Because it's all about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Mani's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Oh, you're so sensational, you've literally piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. No, that's quite alright. Well, how about this then? And what exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink. Known as Bubbly's ink, it's made exclusively in bottle. So this is Bubbly's ink. We make it from white crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One trip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. Fortunate for me, the ink in my pen just happened to have ran out. Gladly accept your gracious gift. Special white crystal oil-based ink, limited to export because of its use in counterfeiting. Great! Wonderful! I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience! And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabast. So we're going to go gather whatever info we can over in the Bubbly side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Sorry, just all the... Whoa. What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? You're... I hate it here. I thought I could go one Ace Attorney game without fucking Larry. And Larry has to show up at the fucking end of the... Edgy! Oh, thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship! The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh! And though I'm the Steel Samurai, my sword, I'm so confused! I don't know what anything means anymore! What's this fruit? Who's this fruitcake? I am Larry of the House of Butts, married man of Neo Old Tokyo, milady. Now I remember, this person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Francisca, you can't say that. She can and she will. because she's a bitch that shits, and she is not going to be held back by anything. Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind, and you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? Who is this mess of a bisexual? Stop it. No, Larry is Larry is very straight. He is so straight, he falls for scams all the time. He is the guy that will literally fall for any kind of dating scam, period. Because he is desperate for women to notice him, essentially. He has a problem. He has a lot of problems. The suspect, Kai! You know what? As funny as it is that, like, Maya constantly is, like, getting arrested, I think Larry is the only person that outdoes her. It feels like Larry gets arrested a lot. And I wish one day Larry does just get arrested and it's just like, oh, wait a minute, you actually are the person guilty of this. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder! I see, that is quite the bind that you have found yourself yet again. Not that we're the least bit surprised. Man, Francisca is really on fire today. It's just like literally blasting Larry. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy! If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one! That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry! It was you! You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph! No, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on? And why are you beat red? Because he literally is such a fanboy for the Steel Samurai, and it's Larry. Larry is the Steel Samurai. And you know who the Pink Princess is? I can already tell you who it is. I've never played this game before, but because we had the little gossiping girls talking about how the Pink Princess has a bad hip, you can already know that the Pink Princess has to be fucking Wendy Oldbag, because why wouldn't it be? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Yes, you are. You're actually ruining the mood. Could you please leave? Aha! So this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, a childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy, Master Mask 2. Master Mask 2? Run! No, I'm joking. Sorry. Luckily, it should not be Ron. Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoings. Shifu, we've identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I take a peek at that as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang! Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Yeah, of course. You, let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me? Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarsu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol to keeping me in the loop in case a card was ever found. Yeah, I had a feeling that Detective Bad was Mitsuru's type. Incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarsu's MO very well. I like men. You sure do, Mitsuru. Sure do love men. I also love men. And his passion for the chase hasn't died down in those 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? You know, to be very honest, I would love... You know what would be a really funny prop? Is to have a lollipop that actually does look like a cigarette's in your mouth. So that when people look at you, at first, it's you having a cigarette in your mouth. But then you can just take it out and it's actually just a lollipop. I think that would be fun. I think that would be great. My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarsu. If he can't get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. If he can get to the bottom of this case, I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. About the murder of Master 2, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details? When the Yatagarsu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty. There is cigarette-looking candy already. No, not cigarette-looking candy. A lollipop with a cigarette-looking handle. He could get to the bottom of Mitsuru, please. So, like, I wanted to have it to where you could take it out, and then you could show that it's a lollipop, and then giggle. So, sure, I could dial it up. Mitsuru, I am going to squish your face and make out with you. And put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos. Damask 2, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suspect he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone in this room. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reason you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he's completely harmless. I don't know, Twitch can be sometimes weird about video quality. I don't know what it is. Like, everything looks fine on my end. I don't see any drop frames or anything. So, I don't know. I'll just chalk it up to either Twitch is being weird or the connections between you and me are weird. Because, as a matter of fact, there are even some hubs on Twitch that are just like literally kind of ass to connect to. So it could also be that too. God, it could be so many different things. God. But yes, honestly, Larry is very harmless. He's just annoying. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Actually, you know what? Sometimes I get the same problem with, like, Kaz's streams, where, like, it'll just freeze randomly. And I know that's mainly it's a connection problem I'm having trying to connect to him, essentially. Twitch is just fucking weird like that. They recently updated the Twitch app, so maybe they cut a wire somewhere again. You know what? Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it. Twitch is kind of ass for a lot of connection shit. Honestly, the only thing that you could probably do to help out sometimes is, I know that like there's a little gearbox, and you can kind of indicate that like you're experiencing lag or something. And sometimes that can help with like Twitch to like get its ass together, being like, hey, you're fucking up, make it work kind of thing. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty. A no-show? Who was it that failed to take those seats? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney. Larry, what the fuck? Can you not be a fucking suspicious asshole for like 5 minutes? It's gonna be something really stupid of why you wanted to go down the chimney. It's going to be something just like, Larry, why can't you be fucking normal? And then his response is literally just gonna be like the screaming girl from Babadook of just being like, and it's just like, it's just... That chimney leads directly into this room. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What the hell were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. I don't want to see your face ever again. There's some weapons on display. There's some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, some knives bearing a flower motif. It must be the counterparts of the Bablis knives, which means the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Kochin. Rest until I've inspected the... I just noticed this. What the fuck? Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts of the Bablis knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Kochin. One of the knives is missing its blade! Let's see if the two pieces of the blade and the handle fit together. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then this means that the Alabastian knife did find its way into Bubble. But how? Wait, what? Do I actually have to deduce this right now? Tom, my chimney is, Insert something Beatzer would say here. Beatzer says a lot of things. I don't know what I'm trying to deduce, but okay. Explain it to you from the beginning. What should you be doing from the very beginning is admitting your mistake. Okay, fine. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. It's the steel... Oh, wait a minute. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live for like bam. You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the pointy straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll take you to the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I could shut him up when I show him the piece of evidence. We'll point something out about the spear. What? Really? For some reason, I thought they just changed out the blades, which was like, okay. Well, I apparently can deduce something. I can spot absolutely no difference between this Primado statue and Babal's. The statue's face looks a bit like costume Tiro. I only wonder why the Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know? At least I don't suppose so. What is that plot supposed to be? Francisca, can't you see that it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Sir Edgeworth, as his opponent, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You're deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. Maybe I need to... Maybe that's what I need to do. Yeah, because it's supposed to be a spear. Eureka! Larry, about this spear. Thank God. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now, take a good look at which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. The only thing I want down my chimney are large men with large assets. Stop it. What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold my spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around, and bam, it hit the wall! You unbelievable! This is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. You mean an idiot? One time on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless hot-blooded man! He really is useless. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it was some field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that! I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that! It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not what I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Well, I guess it depends on the quality of the metal and how you hit it. Man, Edgy, you're so naive. Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. I see, your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. That's not friendship, it's utter humiliation. Weapon that's used on stage. Larry hit it against the wall and it's bent. It's hollow. It's hollow, but that's interesting. Not talking to you, Larry. Never. Actually, looks like a fail. The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. Steel Samurai must have been very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot here? Clearly there's a depth to the show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of the show of costume actors? Oh. Yeah, it's been moved. There was the exact same statue sitting in that Bob Lee's office we examined. It's the Primador statue. It was the national treasure of the Principality of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of these statues is replica. But both Alabast and Bubble claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. Both countries claim to have one, only Ambassador and Secret can touch. Rest till I... The statue, there was one of these on the Babylon side as well. It's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Codopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabast and Bauble proclaim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. Incredibly childish fight to have. I think I know what I need to deduce from here is that it moved. Because it was basically facing the door, but now it's facing, well, the fourth wall, but you know. Yeah, this one.
Eureka!
Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy of the ambassador's face as he shakes the Top Knot's hand. That's not it! I was trying to point out the statue in the photo is facing a different way. Right. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or a secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, it's proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. Cool. I don't know what that proves. Those are the exact same wall mount, the knives, and the bubblies inside. But I can't see any of the details from this distance. And the blah 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 blah. So this is the victim, Damask 2. What is with this gaudy outfit? You don't know about Master Mask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief is separate from the Yatagarasu? I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. Damask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about Damask. That's alright. All I'd probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? What's he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It appeared that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There's something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Prometheus statue in this room. What's that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is this person that requests the theft of the Prometheus statue? I thought the Damask had quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A phony successor. Oh, thank goodness. That means Wrong and Jesse are fine. God. Forklift fat. If only. I would love that. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kaishi no. Kashino? Kashino. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real Damask 2. Cause of death appears to be loss of blood from the back of his head. Casino, I think is the pun here. You know what? Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you, Baku. It seems that he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. Which means it couldn't be the Damask thing. So this is the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? It's still Samurai Dati's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental it is to proving him innocent. It's thought to be what killed Damask too. There's not a single shred of fashion sense in Damask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You two don't know, you can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out Damask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. You got your point about 3 foolishness back, Francisca. I suppose this was the wrapping cloth Damask too used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was that he was to steal. Nope, I think we got everything. It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. This must be the Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on the desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log is finally sprouted today. Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. Two gorgeous flowers in full bloom here. Flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Yes, Edward, are you just staring? I shouldn't hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? It's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... Well, she's here, everyone. The old bag is now in. Yo, Pink Princess, how you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. The old what? Old bag. Wendy Old Bag. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if you'd please answer... Me? Yep, once I knew Larry was the Steel Samurai, it made sense that the Pink Princess had to be Wendy Old Bag. This must be what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the... Are you Miss Old Bag? Why are you surprised? Oh, so you're the one that got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. You are acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes, we worked in the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, by Edgy Poo, you don't need to be jealous. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious Edgy Poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, Edgy Poo. You misjudged him. I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know. That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and now he's willing to be chased after. I simply am overwhelmed. Don't you worry, Edgy Poo. I'll chase you for forever, to the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times where Frisk can I actually see good time. Careful, she has a sword. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working on Gatewater's land as the Pink Badger. Panty Poo! Stop it. What are you talking about? That was ages ago! That was yesterday! I worked at Global Studios long before. I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you. Apparently the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio? This hag's got jobs like she's Bruce from Family Guy. Stop it. I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her, she's going to have a terrible time. I mean, I'm not exactly good at reading it to be a stand-in at the last second, so I threw the ragdoll into the shuriken, and the audience was an opera, because I tell you, there really was a bunch of simpletons. Oh, a rather lively old lady. So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I got it right here. Look! It appears that she is telling the truth. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy. I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. Wendy, with a specific accent over the E. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think that you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait. This horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? But now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo? Wait a minute. Wait. Oh, he's kind of fat. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm just like, who the fuck is this person? Descending night. But even Larry was surprised. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, is the other actress's name Wendy as well? I think it is. That's what it is. It's coincidental that her name's Wendy. Mindy. Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later.
Of
Come on, Edgy, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. No, it says Wendy. Oh, wait. No, that's right. His M's look stupid. So it is Mindy. Has mistakes from bad penmanship. You're right. It is for Mindy. Okay, we're about to go into ads. You know what that means, chat. We're going to make some burgers. So while things are happening, we're just gonna... Alright. It's a panda! Okay. So you want that and onions. And you want it to be cooked well enough. Hamburger. Do you want anything else cooked up while we're here? No. Okay. One. Two. Burgers and Strangularia, perfect side. Exactly. Don't worry, chat. One of these days I'll actually... Well, I say one of these days as if, like, I've been doing this for a while. But this does have Twitch integration, and I'm definitely going to make sure to make it so where you guys can actually order food if you want. And that'll actually be just during regular stream. Although I will have to put a bit of a time limit on it. So that I'm not, you know, constantly being disrupted. There you go. As a critic, I find this place highly recommendable. Yay! It's a platypus. God, I wish chopping worked like that. Shh. It's fine. Cheese, lettuce, and tomatoes. Mmm. And soda. Lightly cooked. With some cheese that isn't disgusting. Let's try this again. There we go, that looks a lot better. Some cheese and lettuce. And a tomato. And some soda. There you go. It tasted spectacular. Alright, we're done. It's about half done. Alright, let's get some stuff just put back up, shall we? We'll do a little bit of restocking. Some soda. Yep, some soda. Some onion. Yeah. Stupid little gnats. I hate them. I could effectively be paid to sit on my ass all day. Shh. But isn't that what I would like to see happen, though? I wonder if these are breakable. No. Man, it's not. But you know what is a problem? One of these days. Hi, Izzy. Oh no, I made questionable stains. Good thing we have paper towels. Good thing this is exactly how this would work. To spill your calm bill costs a lot to refill. Stop it. Alright. Okay, we can go back to the game now. Time of the murder! What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? After the show was over, I had nothing but free time in my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. It was warming your hip in the room next door. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Boo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me.
Hold it!
If you could please not cling on to my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at the Ambassador Elba's speech? Oh, that. No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? You just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who care. Retin, hello, welcome on in. How you doing? Memories in Orbit. I haven't heard about that game, but hi everybody, I'm Daxiomi. If you don't know me, and I just happen to be a big soft panda. I'm being horny on main. You might be. You might have been very horny. Which, you know, I appreciate a lot. Has Justice been attained? No. Justice has not been attained. As a matter of fact, Larry is here. Which means everything is about to go even worse. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Dog! Prosecutor von Karma, I brought the police dog, as you requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. I request the assistance of a dog in our search for the Yatagarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Woof, woof. Sorry. It's just literally like... It's just literally staring at you. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. I think its name is Missile. Fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That action alone is exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Wolf! Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... wait, Francisca, isn't that an official samurai dog? Wait, do I still have that one? Would you tell Prey that he can't have his mashed potatoes? No! Bad missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the stale samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. It's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. Looks like the snack wasn't all missile found. Oh, what do we have here? What do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dress. Yeah? Yeah, Francisca? Why are we making that assumption? I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are the two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. There's only one person here who would own such a shirt. Whoa! He was a much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you should keep on investigating until you do understand. Now, my subordinate, continue with the investigation. Alright, I will. It was with great dread that I proceed and do what I must to solve this case. I hate you so much. So much, Larry. You're the bane of my existence. Phoenix doesn't call you anymore. He's had to defend you how many times? Why do you keep coming back into this... Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I got a few things I gotta ask you, too. What is it? It's like, both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie? What about that promise you made to me? Chippy chippy choppa choppa. Stop it. Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. I made no such promise! Since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. But one needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Lutrice Donum now? That's... Donum? Larice Donum? Get that straight in your head, Edgy. Now I remember, you're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong! I give up on that whole Larice business! Besides, when Banjolina left me in my heart... Banjolina? Larry, what? Never mind. That's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could go through... I figured I could through the Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a Steel Samurai so that You may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. Got it! I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy! Not really. It's not so much as I understood. But a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess?! Hey! Don't tell me you suspect me too! Nonsense. I don't believe you had the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. Imagine someone looking at you and just being like, oh no, I don't suspect you. You're too stupid to be a murderer. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. But past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event. Edgy! How can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So will you tell me what exactly you did, Larry? Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more. Confess now? Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up on the roof? You know, that wintry costume of the legendary hero. Legendary? Hero. Santa Claus! Santa Claus. I want to do that thing he does, so I climbed up the one of the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. And, well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up.
Objection!
Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know! I did graduate from junior high, you know! Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Crud! If that is your attempt to imitate Santa, that has landed you as prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man, what's so wrong with pretending to be Santa?
Objection!
Let's start with the fact that it would be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes of December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. No! Hey, wait a sec, we're not in court. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that! Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know? Yeah, apparently you did. And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shook? I was the most shooked of all when I heard it killed someone. Ugh, shocked! Foolish fool looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse? You forgot to take something that big with you. Who would believe such a tale?
Hold it!
Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Can't you believe me? I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even in Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind. That in no way clears his name, which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Alright, I wonder if you might know what this is. Oh, not a clue. That's because I'm the only thing I can see right now is the form of my love of Francie. In that case, allow me to help shear my form into you for all eternity. Why was he blushing? Now this is a trip I'm willing to endorse, especially if we can finally get some peace here. Okay. You know, whipping Larry constantly like this is fine. This is fine. I guess we do need to talk to you. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt.
Reggie-Poo, what's the meaning of this? Why did you steal this thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would gladly give you as many as you'd like.
Thanks, but no thanks. The shirt was found here at this crime scene. Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here?
I know nothing! Nothing, I tell you! Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect? You're too cruel, Reggie-Poo!
Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room?
Of course I am! If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this. A tabloid article's missing, the camera's missing, and they're missing. They're speaking of missing the matter. And we get married, and I guess I'm stuck. Mary proposes that? What do you have to do to deserve you? I can't help it. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days.
Well, I don't believe she is lying about her actions. So I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on a break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room to this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours.
That brilliant mind of yours, you really can't see through everything about me.
And so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it?
Oh, of course I'm forever yours, my edgy witchy poo.
Hold it!
If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you and Miss Oldbag? No!
You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. Present?
Studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all in the pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So, did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey! Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you going to stick up for me?
How about that? See, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparation for distributing them after the show? Well, by preparation you mean sampling them as well?
Excuse me.
Oh, I tried one and I thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. They were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I had to help myself to a half a dozen or so boxes.
What are they going to do, SpongeBob? Make me explode?
Nope! No, Squidward! It'll go to your hips! And then you'll explode! As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, it'll go straight to your thighs!
There we go, thank you.
And then you'll blow up!
God.
What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I only give you one. The rest are all for me.
Present for embassies. Miss Oldbag took and ate a few for the dressing room.
Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers.
I can never escape SpongeBob references. Nobody can. I guess I need to make the connection with the fireplaces now, excuse me. The smoky chimney, use the fireplace. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose that smoke from that fireplace went? I see. So what you are proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Olbach's fire. So basically, the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you are implying? The office fireplace and the one in Miss Olbach's room share the same chimney. Precisely. So, wait. Does that mean that it literally traveled from her up and over? The lady's undershirt that Missile found. Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug! If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney. Leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. Oh, There's an X on the back of the wall. There's an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can get a better look at it. What did that? The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room? There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passage through this room's fireplace. Now, we now know that the fireplace is connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the Mask 2's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace was nothing whatsoever to do with the Mask 2 murder. It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on, I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well, then, if you are prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good! I'm counting on you, Edgy! Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie?! I know that there's still something you're keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you! I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be! I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself! And throw everything into mass confusion! You see, this is why I hate Larry. I don't know which I hate more. Oh, I hate Larry more. Old Bag I find amusing. Larry? No, just Larry. Larry is just the insult at this point. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case. And that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up to the roof tonight. Oh, God. No, not Larry testimony, please. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa, decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you to not lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy, man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reload. As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lies! I have every intention to, for I am not about to let us waste time in such a trifling matter. Larry, I hate you so much. Right. Was there anything specific about... And then I took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. So my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know.
Hold it!
I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed, especially since they are a traditional feature of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the real romantic type. A romantic chimney. It might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about that chimney. I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try.
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was done at Gourd Lake. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history, a perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Actually, it is worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Sure. Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Edgy! That's so incredibly mean! Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that! I did graduate from junior high, you know! In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love.
Objection!
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever... We love hating you, Larry. Larry, so you love me. God. Jesus Christ. The retorts towards Larry are very good tonight. But a lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that? In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present onto was most certainly this. Okay. It would be the ex-security lady? I love how he calls. That's how she calls her. Okay.
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me! I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I'd like to go down a chimney. I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old... You thought to enter the old lady's room... I'm gonna go ahead with this. Without knowing one's very important facts. And that fact is best summed up with this. Hold on. It's probably this one.
Take that!
Larry, I'd like you to take a look at this piece of evidence. Really? If it's not the love letter... Hold on. That the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. What is the important fact I'm trying to think? I thought it was literally the... Yeah, because he fucks up how to write Mindy, so it looks like Windy. Which, the best part of that would be this. Oh, fuck, I forgot this.
Take that!
This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night, right? The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Reggie! She's the one with the hots for me! I just know it! I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you! Filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man! You haven't matured at all since we last met! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes. This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. I love how even Lang is just kind of like... It's just kind of like, hey, this guy is a total idiot, isn't he? And it's just, Edgeworth is just like, yes, now you're starting to understand. Why do you want to make me out some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at last this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill... Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room, that much we know for sure. Oh, he's not just dumb, he's really fucking dumb. Hey, Edgy, looks like I got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court. I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Zhang Li says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, and get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits! Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? So, you're thinking that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant? But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey! Someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this, not as a confession, but as testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I am a devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man. Long as Edgy-Poo's life I can't just drop from and be unfair. And I was tempted to just teeny weeny love for my dear Edgy-Poo, which I found so completely true, my beloved. Oh, I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man! I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry? But I understand your point. Yeah, see? I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence. Then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Okay. Thank you, game. I'm glad it was literally that simple. Larry, don't even think about denying what you have knowledge. Don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight.
Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection!
You can pretend to be ignorant all you like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you are not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you are attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows the person Larry had interested?
Take that!
That? Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. Yeah, because his Ibs look like, his W's look like M's, and his M's look like W's, and he's... That is... If you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became windy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing! There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? You know what Lang kind of is reminding me right now in this situation? Lang is reminding me of Toph. The really fake, considerate statements where it's like, I think your drawing's great, Sokka. And Sokka being like, oh, that's the nicest thing. Why do you do this to me? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're off of this crime scene. Edgy, save me from the scary man! Sure, if you're willing to make amends, start with your incredibly embarrassing mistakes. And now you get where I come from when I say I like Lay. Look, anybody that's willing to make fun of Larry is fine. That wasn't me. Come again. It's a fake! Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter! Set me up! Accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean!
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life!
Hold it!
It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight, for you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting.
Take that!
This autograph and our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry! I did it! It was me causing trouble again! I admit it! You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy! So he finally confesses. I saw the Pink Princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy! Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney? What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. Man, these writers continue to just shit on Larry so hard. I swear to God, they probably literally just have like a list of ways of just insulting Larry. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me.
Because, at the very least, I can attest to that about you.
Edgy, you're...
We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you! Rovra, hello, by the way. In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. I never said we were friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Wait, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night. But the blood-stained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Aww, Rovra, I will give you plenty of hugs. Wait. Okay, yeah, that doesn't show anything. That's fine. Edgy! That guy! He looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me! Meets her over here being like, I hope he takes a bite out of me. Whoa. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely Bumbler. I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. I can easily point out the contradictions in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. This is one game I can't afford to lose. I was the one who found the body of the victim Damask too. Besides him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak it onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Not so fast!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are long-time friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence. You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all your prosecutors do. This man has some serious issue with prosecutors. But come on, I can't think up something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence.
Hold it!
Let's just go through this one bit at a time. So you're the one to discover the body this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? You'd better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body on Babol. And your secretary, Agent Sheena, was ready to accuse her of murder for that. Ha! So are you going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out that the usual pattern with discoveries of bodies. But in the Bubbly's case, there is proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one, it's a bit different, since we know exactly where the weapon is.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood? Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. Oh, is that the contradiction? Wait. Give me a minute. I suspect he was beaten to death.
Hold it!
About the samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirmed that the blood of the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of this wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. You see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well, I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence true in nature. No, good. Now let's continue. I think it wants me to present the spear, because it was Larry that pointed out that it's hollow, which probably means that the samurai sword is also hollow.
Objection!
Yep, that's what it is. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently, a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in this embassy earlier. As you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do... Duh! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering! Now, back on the topic of the sphere. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risk in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. As Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best that it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory.
Hold it!
That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth.
Not so fast!
You are good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Damask without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course, what I need is evidence even if he can't refute it. It's evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. Alright, let's see what I can fucking gamble with. It's possible to use Samurai Sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? How long do you intend to cling on to that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we've examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. And the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword.
Hold it!
You left no stone unturned, is that a fact?
Not so fast!
If you got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, let me make it all crystal clear to you. Both countries claim to own real ones. National science has moved during the murder. Well, if you want to ask, go on ahead. You can also just, guess DM it to me wherever you can. Its blade has yet to be found. It was bludgeoned. I can't think of anything.
Hold it!
I inquire as to how you are able to make such a claim, Agent Lang. Long Z says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension, a mysterious creature is man. Rather than man, it's Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible. The human body is a mysterious thing, even with a toy-like sword. It's easy to kill a man if you hit them in the right spot, which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it!
But we can only be sure one way or the other by seeing if the wound matches the sword. I know that. As long as it's a possibility, I can't proclaim it as much as I'd like. I can proclaim it as much as I like. Oh! I mean, sure, that's fine. That doesn't bother me. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion.
Hold it!
But you must know that your conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstances I'm in, the only person I can trust are my subordinates. Because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than your prosecutors will ever be.
Hold it!
And you call yourself a professional.
Not so fast!
You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon. Another possible murder weapon. In this room, there is only one other thing left. This is going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game show. If you're not going to get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is the murder weapon. Is it the statue? Are we gonna try and say the statue was the murder weapon?
Objection!
Okay. Not there, at least.
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword. That's right, even with luminol. Ah, Robra. I am going to have to just squish your face, because you're being quite adorable. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that samurai sword is the weapon? Oh. If you believe that there is no other door possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you.
Not so fast!
And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
Not so fast!
The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as a weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course. Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation.
Not so fast!
What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate when people like you slander my men. Oh, that's actually a really important clue. Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything. And that's true.
Hold it!
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed Damask 2. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon which not a single person has yet to touch. is this.
Take that!
The national treasure of Alabast. You mean the Prime Dos statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct?
Not so fast!
You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Bubble. And the two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it!
Agent Ling, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there's only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Ling Shi says, just go already. Yes, sir. Shifu. Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primador statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill! Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. You may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've got to be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know. Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine. So if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be mine. Let it be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then. Less talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a luminol chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminol test? Good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the Mask 2. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Damask 2, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. If you think so, okay, then knock yourself out. What do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What a definitive bit of evidence like you. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we got some fingerprints analysis. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. Looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, Ferguson guy! I want results on these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me? Agent Ling, I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue? Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Balinese embassy? The prints belong to him, to Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... What's going on around here? That's impossible. This prime Jew statue could only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Bulbul's Prometheus statue. Impossible! It can't be! Ugh! Larry never once set foot in Balinese soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an alabastian knife and bauble. And Damas too was killed on alabastian soil with Bauble's national treasure. The mystery of the great thief Yathagarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. And there we go. This is a good stopping point, I think. Yeah, this is a great stopping point, actually. Hold on. Before anything else can potentially happen, I need to do this. I need to figure out who's doing what tonight. I need to also put on some music. It's really quiet. There we go. Okay, who is doing what tonight? What were thou for? I see. Now I have to figure out who do I want to raid into. There's a couple of nice beans out there tonight. It's just a matter of who do I feel like bothering tonight. This is always a hard one for me, because I'm always just like, but who? Who, what, where, why? I can always raid into them. That's always fun. I haven't raided into into them in a while. There's also you. There's also you. Let's see. You've been going for a bit. Let's see. You know, I haven't bothered them in a while. Let's see. Oh, they've been going on forever. Ugh. Okay. There's a couple of good ones I can... You know what? I'll go with them. They're a fun one to go for. Because they are a lovely bean that I absolutely... We're gonna go right into Blue Zest. Because he is a lovely bean and I absolutely love poking at him. You enjoy episode 5, Pan Pan? I am enjoying it a lot. It is a lot of fun for me to go and just talk shit about Larry. But then again, I always enjoy basically talking shit about Larry, so, you know. Alright, I am going to very quickly just... Ugh. There's my socials. There's also the raid message. For anyone that is curious, I am going to be streaming some more tomorrow. I actually have tomorrow off, too, because of various holidays. So I am actually going to probably have a very good time just taking it easy and then streaming when I feel like it. But I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night, day, whatever. Until next time, everybody, I love you.